Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 Creator Team and our 2013 playthrough. So, just 2 rounds remaining in our championship and our fight for survival. Tonight, we head to COTA for the United States. And the webcam's back. Hello, hello. So, here we are, ready and raring to go with round 18 of 19. Tonight it is the United States Grand Prix. Just 2 rounds to go to see if we can survive this brutal season that we've had to endure with McLaren. It has not been easy at all. It's been really painful to try and get our way through, and without having made that change to the board requirements, changing them down to 4th and podium for next season at the midway point or just after the midway point like we did, I don't think we'd even have a chance. I think, you know, this would be a foregone conclusion that we were going to get fired. As it is, we do have a slim chance of staying in our job. We had a result last night that we haven't actually had a look at yet, so we're going to do that in just a second. But yeah, last we checked, the board was in low confidence. Sorry, no, not low confidence, was in lost confidence. So we have been trying to turn things around. We've actually started to get a couple of satisfied results in previous races. If we can keep those going, we might just be able to turn this thing around. So, let's take a quick gander then, shall we? And see if we were actually able to make any improvement to our situation at all last night. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. Oh, we have got low confidence. Oh, it sounds quite weird to be excited about that, but yeah. So they must have been at least, yeah, there we go. They were satisfied with Yas Island. And that's 3 out of the last 4 races. We've got them to low confidence. Now, if we can keep that going, we might yet be able to pull this off. But we've got to be wary, because if we have a really bad result tonight and a really bad result tomorrow, all of this hard work could be undone and they could slip back to lost confidence. Plus, let's not forget that even if we do make it through with low confidence like this, we are going to fail our season objective. The long term now goes until next season, so that won't be a factor in the end of season review. But finances and the season objective will also count. Finances, I think we're actually in pretty good shape, finances-wise. Let's have a look. Actually, no, we did want that last tab, didn't we? Yeah, there you can see we had just a tiny little bit of debt in September. But apart from that, we've actually been in pretty good shape financially. We've managed our money well. So that is a positive. This, however, is a little bit of a negative. So it's still up in the air. It's not a done deal. It's definitely not a done deal. Evening Wayne, evening Dino. Hello to everybody else who is lurking in that chat as well. As always, please do feel free to say hello. And if you've got any questions, then ask away. See what we can do to answer those for you. So let's crack on then. We've got a month until Austin starts. Let's take a look at our inbox, because we haven't done that yet either. Look at that. I mean, that's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parts destroyed. That's a lot of parts that have been destroyed through crashing rather than just wear and tear. And I don't think I can replace those parts at the moment. We might have to spend the next month and what little money we do have replacing them. Which is not ideal, because I do want to continue trying to pump in as much research for next season as possible. so that we can get ourselves a decent car, or have a good chance of a decent car next year. Let's take a look at underfloor research. That's complete. And that there has taken a little bit of a hit on airflow sensitivity and drag reduction, but has given us a bit of a benefit to low and medium speed. And then high speed stayed the same. Abu Dhabi feature race results. So this is the GP2 race. It looks like the GP2 calendar is finished. So John Lancaster got the win ahead of Robin Frins, who's been quite prominent in runs for Lotus this season. And Nathaniel Berton getting the final spot on the podium. So let's take a look at the championship. It is over. Robin Frins has won the championship, and by a pretty decent margin as well. And then we've got John Lancaster in second and Jolyon Palmer in third place. Oh dear, not a good photo of Jolyon. Marcus Ericsson in fifth, Sam Bird in seventh place. I'm looking for other names that I recognise. Obviously, we've just seen Nathaniel Berton. Felipe Nasser, Alexander Rossi, I recognise those names. Mitch Evans. Daniel Abt rings a bell as well. So Robin will be out of F2, well, GP2 next season. We'll see whether he sticks it out in the youth program at Lotus or whether he goes somewhere else. But he will not be in F2 next season. Right, let's have a look at the warehouse, shall we? This is where the pain comes. We've got one chassis there. Oh man, we've only got one chassis there as well. Let's install that in Schumacher's car. Front wings. There we go. We've got no spare front wings now. Rear wings are fine. Side pods are fine. Underfloors are fine. And suspension's going to be an issue, isn't it? No, I'm okay on suspensions. Let's see if I need to make any spares because of wear. We're at medium, so they might go at the end of this Grand Prix. Let's take a look at the other car. Yeah, it's not looking too good, is it? We're going to need front wings. We're going to need at least one more chassis. Just going to hope that we can get through without destroying things. So let's have a look. Front wings, we are still building front wings. Let's build one more. There we go. That will give us 2 spare front wings. Down to 2.8 mil. Chassis. Let's build one chassis. And I'm gonna gamble and hope that we can get away without having to build anything else, because that leaves us with only 2.2 mil. We may have to spend some on facilities. Let's have a quick look. Wind tunnel needs a refurb. We can't do anything about that now. Ooh, 3.2 just to refurb it. Or 17 mil to upgrade it. Ouch. Design center's getting low. CFD's getting low. Oh, Christ. It's going to be an expensive refurb session coming up. Team Hub's getting low. Race Sim's getting low. Boardroom's gone. We definitely need to refurb that. That's going to cost me, ooh, 880,000. I need that little boost. Weather Center needs a refurb. That's 480,000. Ooh, okay. That's okay. That's just been done. That's just been done. That's still being done. 9 days to go on that. So I've got a mil left. to spend on another project. I have got a slot available. We've got 2 months, effectively. Can't afford to do a rear wing. That's 1.8. So it's going to have to be an underfloor or a side pod. Let's go with the side pod. Yeah, let's go with the side pod. Again, we'll just do a straight little boost like that. No focus on any one particular area. And we'll push that out. And that'll be ready 2 days before... oh, no, sorry, the 3rd of December. Let's put a second engineer on that to get it to the end of November. There we go. I'm a little bit sniffly today. Right. I think we're caught up. So let's start advancing some time, shall we? Our chassis project is done. Spare front wings are built. I've got not enough to do anything else. When do I get that next batch of cash from the sponsors? A couple of weeks still. Could have done with that today, really. Never mind. Oh, is my game frozen on me again? I think the game's frozen. Yeah. It's gone. Oh. Come on, game. It has just shut down. Look, there's nothing happening. The lights are on. No one's home. All right, we're going to have to close that down. Oh, it's closed itself. I didn't even click where I needed to, and it closed itself. So, games have been a bit unstable here at the end of the season. I even took a couple of mods out of the file because I realized that they were kind of unnecessary. And they were both podium related, and the odds of us ever seeing a podium are next to nothing, given the number of drivers who are, in contention for podiums that don't have faces. So back to the 9th of November. There's that email we just looked at. Daniel Abt is the son of Abt Sport Boss, I believe, drove for Audi Abt in Formula E before giving Audi an excuse to get rid of him following a scandal during the COVID race at home events. Okay. I knew I recognised the name. I didn't know where from. Still don't have enough cash to do anything. We're up to 496,000. So we're just got to keep pushing on until we get money from our sponsors, I think. Hospitality area refurb is finished. We now have that extra chassis. Let's install that on Schumacher's car. Right, do we have equal spec cars again? Yes, we do, by the look of it. Yes. Okay. Good stuff. 11 days to go until we get our money from the sponsors. That will be nice. Time for for Jensen and Tom to kiss and make up. There we go. Investing in Mick Schumacher. How much is it going to cost? 200k to further increase his development. Yeah, might as well. Just build the old man. There we go. Sponsor money coming through. 4.175 mil. We didn't have a mandatory, I don't think. No, we didn't. Okay. Lovely, lovely, lovely. We've got some cash. Let's go straight over to cars. And I want to do a rear wing project. And let's see if we can get this home and hosed. I'll put a little bit more into drag and DRS. Get those to just have a 2% like that. There we go. Can I squeeze this in? There we go. Look at that. Just under the deadline. Evening, Foamy. So we've got 3 projects due to finish very, very soon. So we need more money from the Austin race. But we're actually going to get money from the start of a new month before we get to Austin. So that will cover off some of that there. It's quite handy. Let's see. Staff results. There's a few people starting to grumble about car performance now. In fact, it's almost everybody is grumbling about the car performance. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Let's see. Did we have any mandatories? No. Again, no mandatory activities. So let's get Andrew Tang doing some bits. Let's get Nick de Vries and K-Mag. There we go. Into the inbox. Clear that. Front wing research project is done. I immediately jump on another front wing research project. No. Maybe not. Because we've got a lot of expensive refurb bills coming up, so good chassis is going to be important. Let's put a new chassis in. Let's have a look. So close to going, aren't they? These have gone. How much are these going to cost me? 2 mil? That's not so bad. 1.2 mil. They're less important. More important is making sure that these get done. Because they're the ones that are going to have the impact on next year's car. .8 mil. That's only enough for one project, not two. So maybe make that a front wing. squeeze that in? Yes, I can. Alright. 65k, but it's now the end of a month, so we are about to get another little bit of cash. Not much, but enough to get one more project going, I think. Maybe two. And then everything else goes straight into refurbing our facilities for next season. So, have our main drivers improved? Yes, Schumacher's improved his control, which seems laughable considering he crashed in the final in the last race. There's the side pod improvements with that research. There's the suspension improvements with that research. Look how much of a jump we got there in tyre wear. Staff changes. So Adrian Newey will be joining us next season. Let's hope we're here to enjoy that. Nicholas Hennell is going to be here for several years more yet, as is Phil Prue is here for one more season. Tom Stallard, 2 more seasons. 4 more years for Alan Permain. The drivers, you can see we've got Tom Blomqvist joining us next season. Ben Barnicoat, Schumacher and De Vries will be here. And Oliver Turvey, we've got him for one more season as well, but I think he's retiring at the end of the season. So we might not have Ollie Turvey. 2.6 mil. Right, cars. Can I get much of a gain if I do yet another suspension? Not really. Not now. Might be better to focus on other areas of the car a little bit more. Let's improve airflow sensitivity. That'll be how well we can follow in dirty air. So we'll put a bit more focus on that. There we go. And that's it. That's our final project for the year. Everything else now will take us to pretty much the end of the season. So, we can now invest whatever we've got left, which is not a lot, into trying to hold our facilities together. Not enough there by a long chalk. Not going to touch those, they're less important. Likewise. So we're just going to have to hold on and hit these as soon as they drop, which is going to be soon. Final pit crew training for the year. Let's get that plotted in. Let's start with 4% fatigue. That's not too bad. Let's go straight in with the heavy lifting. Got a bit too much. Okay, that I can live with. 1%, that's not too bad. And then 21 to 12. It's going to be a half day here. There we go. And then it's just getting some training in to end the year. So let's start with some car building. And some split training. Oh, look at that. Alan Permain has improved his baseline stat up to a 90. That's good. That's his processes stat, I believe. If memory serves. So we've got an extra point on our skill cap now, which is nice. Up from 89. Give him the Sunday off. Monday. Get some car building going. Into some split training. Give him Wednesday off. Christmas Day. Back to work again on Thursday. Finish the year with another day of car building. That gets us to 20%, which means we'll be hopefully reset back down to 0/1% for the start of the new year. Again, we're going on the assumption that we're going to be here. We may not. And we'll see how we do. Evening, Daniel. There we go. That is training confirmed. Just a couple of days to go now. Right, into the inbox. Let's have a look at strategy prep. Warm, not expecting rain. This is going to be a two-stop race for us. Not sure what tyres. Probably medium, hard, I would imagine. I don't think we're going to be using the softs here unless we get like a late safety car. Again, softs don't tend to last very long around COTA in general, and our tyres are not going to last there very long at all, given our shockingly bad tyre wear compared to everyone else's. So, let's have a quick look at the actual forecast. Ooh, 30 degrees. Could be quite toasty as well. So yeah, medium, medium hard, I think, is the way to go for us. Let's set targets. 12th and 13th. Need the money, but do I need to be sensible with it? Jensen's got that ERS issues, and they're more likely to flare up here because this is definitely a lot bumpier a circuit than Abu Dhabi, so we'll play it a little bit safe. We'll go 15th for Jensen, and let's head to Texas.
Welcome to the United States Grand Prix. We're in Austin, but there are no wild cowboys on the track this weekend, just some serious horsepower. It's sure to be a race to remember. McLaren's team principal will be walking on thin ice. The board is getting concerned about their recent lack of results. Okay then, let's get to it.
Okay, we are back. So let's get ourselves prepped for tonight's race as quickly and efficiently as we can. I've got a multitude of engines to choose from here. We're going to go with a 51%. I don't want to risk the engine packing up here in practice. So we'll go with that engine. ERS, we'll go with the 19. Doesn't matter if that breaks down completely, as long as it's not the first session. Then it's fine. Gearbox, don't have a lot of options. We're going to go with this one and hope it survives, but we might have to swap that one out after the first session. Fingers crossed on that one. Run plan for Kota, it's normally 16 laps because it's quite a long lap. So we'll leave it at 15. That should be fine. We'll drop that down like so. And moving over to Jensen. Again, we've got a good choice of engines. We'll go with the 34%. We do not have a good choice of ERS units. We'll go with a 28. And we'll go with a 44 gearbox. There we go. So 15 laps of fuel. Let's do the pace. There we go. And now we need to put the setup on the car. So try and get a little bit more comfy in the seat. Let's start then with an 8 on the front here, and we'll go with a 13. We'll go with a 1.9. It's normally a 1.9 to a 2.8 around here, so I'll keep forgetting where I'll put the camera. Move the camera for a new position, for a new style of setup. I found a longer USB-C cable, which has made that possible. Let's see. What do I want to do with my camber? I think I want to go. I want to go up on that, and I'm really not too sure what to do with the toe, so I'm going to leave it in the middle. No, let's edge it one way. Just see if that makes a slight difference. Might make it easier to identify on the next setup as well. I'm going to go with the same setup on Schumacher's car as well, and work from there. There we go. And with that, we can send them out.
That is loud and clear.
All right, so while they are pootling around, I can give you a kind of a whistle-stop tour of the new additions to the quote-unquote home studio. It's basically just a corner of my bedroom. Let's just do the curbs first.
So no risk on the curbs.
There we go. So, you've already seen my two mini cars. The Legends of Grand Prix series, Mansell and Senna. However, this is new. Picked this up for an absolute bargain. This is Nigel Mansell's Javelin Lola from the 1993 series in IndyCar. It's in 1/24 scale. There's no real detail at all around the driver itself. There's a nice little helmet, and then just a blob of white plastic to fill in the interior. Very little in the way of detail or shading or anything at all, really. But the car model is really, really nice. And I think £11, I think that cost me. Wasn't even looking for it. I was just trawling for what I could see, and spotted that for a really cheap price. And I hadn't even given any thought to it, but you know, I did actually watch a good chunk of that season, and of course that's a car that won a championship, so it made sense for me to pick it up because it was so cheap. Just above me, you can't quite see them on the camera, but these are the additions to the caps. So I'll bring them down. We've got the 2003 Silverstone cap. Specifically wanted 2003 because that's the year I was in Silverstone. And all of these were, you know, less than a tenner. Then we've got the Damon Hill Benson and Hedges Jordan cap, which I'm really pleased with. So it's a little faded, but it's an old cap. This was a 1998 cap. Yeah, seen a bit of life, this one, but still in excellent condition, all things considered. Next to that, we've got the Ferrari cap I picked up when I was in Rome, which you've already seen. And then we have the West McLaren cap, complete with Loctite sponsoring on the back. Really like that cap. And again, less than a tenner. It's amazing what you can find if you're prepared to trawl through endless pages. Back here, it needs proper flattening out, but I've got the 2003 Silverstone program. I do have a custom piece on Etsy that is going to be ready soon, which is kind of like a commemorative poster of 2003. I will show you that when it's done and when it arrives. But then it's the showpieces. So these I bought brand new. So this is a 1/18 scale of Michael Schumacher's Jordan from the 1991 Spa Grand Prix. Absolutely beautiful. The detail on this is brilliant. And £72 for that one. And then I have the one big ticket item that I really wanted to make sure I got a really nice version of. So this is Red 5. This is Nigel Mansell's FW14B. Again, 1/18 scale. This one was not cheap. Had to pay a little bit more for this one. This one was about just under £180. This was like the premium purchase. But I had some money left over from last month, which basically paid for this. Because I was very stingy, very frugal last month. So I don't know how well you can see. Again, I don't want to take this one out of the box at all. But has removable engine covers on the back, and then a removable cover on the nose for the front hydraulics between the wheels on the suspension. And those are actually in this back bit here in the plastic casing in front of a picture of Nigel Mansell. I know the lights are making it quite hard to see. So we've got a picture of Mansell on the back, and then you can just see behind the plastic the rear engine cover on the left-hand side as you're looking at it, and the right-hand side when my finger's waggling. That's where the nose bit is, I think. Oh no, the nose bit's down here. But they basically sit here, and then the nose bit sits just here. I've got the transfer sheet in there somewhere as well to actually, might be actually underneath the car here, to apply the transfers. This will stay in this box like this until I can actually get like a professional case, professional display case, because that's the showpiece. And then I've just got some other little cheap bits coming again from eBay. I've got another cheap cap, a Vodafone McLaren cap. For obvious reasons, we're doing Vodafone McLaren. I figured that'd be quite nice to actually wear that on the streams. I've got my 96 Damon Hill 118 model, which I got for an absolute song at 20 quid, signed by Damon Hill as well. Can't believe I got it that cheap. That's ridiculous. And then I've got another item of clothing that's coming as well. So just lots of little small, tiny little purchases, and then a couple of big show pieces. And then eventually, over time, I hope to continue to flesh out the collection. But I think it's a good place to start. And I'm quite pleased with where the money has gone. You know, all things considered. I really wanted a 118 scale Ferrari, the 641. There are some cheap, very, very plasticky ones by Virago from many years ago that look horrible. And then the decent ones by Techno Model or by Exoto start going into the 200 plus to all the way up to £1,000 range. You know, the Techno Model ones would have to be are in the 200s plus maybe 30 to £40 delivery because they're coming from Italy, which then incurs import fees on top as well with VAT. So those anything up to £350, maybe even more than that. And then the Exoto ones are anywhere from like 400 to 1,000 to even more than that. So those are cars that will just forever tease me and will never actually happen. But I will keep searching because you never know. One day somebody might make a mistake, get their hands on one to sell and put it up at a ridiculously cheap price, and I will be there to pounce on it. I hope I'll be there to pounce on it. We'll see. Evening, Adrian. Evening, Mike on. Good to see you guys. So yeah, that is the home studio, so to speak. Not sure about the actual positioning of everything yet. That's gonna keep changing as other bits come in, and we try and figure out exactly where to space stuff. But what I might do with some of the cars is put them up here where the Blu-rays are, and then move the Blu-rays behind me onto some of the Calax, or I might put them in the Calax like I've done with Jordan, just there. That slots in really nicely. But then I've got space for another one to go on top, but then there's so much space behind it. So need to figure it out. Let's speed these guys up, get a little bit more feedback in. %, for Schumacher. That's not a bad start. Not a bad start at all. Oh, we got that in 9.5 laps. That's pretty quick. Oh, not so good for Jensen. 79%. Let's call them both in on this lap. Schumacher's half a lap behind already after just 10 laps because of the damage to that gearbox. There we go. Gearbox at 20%, whereas Jensen's is much better than that. 45%. Not even into fault category until it hits 40. So, yeah. Let's see what the pace difference is. Oh, it's 2 seconds a lap. Yeah, that figures. So, yeah. Would I ever sell them back? Some of the other ones probably, but not the Mansell.
Remember the pit lane speed limiter?
No, that car holds a special place for me because it's...
Stop in front of our garage.
One of my absolute boyhood heroes, Mansell. And I watched him win the World Championship in that car. So that car has a lot of special meaning for me. And the brand new showpiece cars or the really expensive cars that they get are going to be ones that I plan to never sell. They're going to be the ones that I take the most care of because they're going to be important to me. You know, the other ones, at some point in the future, maybe. You know, I won't be quite so worried about them staying in pristine condition. I won't be too concerned about taking them out the box. I'll probably keep the boxes so that I do have that potential to resell them in the future. But I say I'm trawling eBay for cheap second-hand models, so that still look pretty good. So I want something that's going to look good on the shelf, but doesn't need to be absolutely pristine. Doesn't need to be completely perfect. You know, because if I go down that route, it's going to bankrupt me. both financially and mentally, I think. Right, what do I need to do here? Maybe I need to tweak this down a little bit. I need to find 9%. Let's bring this down 2 clicks and bring that down 1 click, and hopefully that change in spacing will be 9%. Let's see. Ooh, way off with Jensen. So that's at least a 3.7. Might even be a bigger change than that. I don't think it will be, but I think it will be a 3.7. But now we've got some substantial changes we need to put in elsewhere as well. Let's take that down. Let's go with a little bit more front wing. Bring that down a bit more. And let's try that. Let's see if that works. Yeah, I mean, I could have got even more expensive with the Mansell car. I mean, that is one of 300 in that particular packaging. I think they did an early release of that particular model. I know they did a 91 release of the FW14. That's the 14B from 92. Let's say I paid 180 for that there, and that's one of 300. There were 60 that were actually hand signed by Nigel, and on the actual inside of the box, on the base of the box. Right. Oh, shit! I wasn't quick enough. I just saw the error pop up, and he retired before I got the chance to do anything. Schumacher's out. Have we cooked off the rest of the engine? I think we've got away with it.
And yeah, a terminal failure. Absolutely gutting.
That might be a red flag. It just stopped in the middle of the hairpin, I think, at turn 11. Where is
Virtual safety car. Delta positive.
he? Yeah, there he goes. No, it's just a safety car. So, yeah, I suddenly saw it go red, but we were going so fast I never got a chance to stop that in time. But the hand sign Mansell's identical to that, except for just a little squiggle inside on the base of the inside of the box next to the car itself. Double the price, £360. And much as I would love a hand sign Nigel Mansell, I'm not paying twice the price of the model just for a squiggle. So, yeah. That's why I was so amazed that I got a hand signed Damon Hill model for 20 quid. It seems nobody likes Damon. He was never one of my favourites. I don't know. There was just something about him. It just seemed. I don't know. He seemed very wooden. He didn't seem like he had much of a personality as a young driver. I'm not sure what it was. I kind of felt, even though he wasn't necessarily a Nepo baby driver, he kind of felt like a Nepo baby driver for a while. I mean, he won a world championship, but I don't think he was one of the greats. I just think he happened to be one of those drivers who was in the right car at the right time. Which sounds harsh. I don't mean it to sound harsh. He was still one of the best drivers in the world just to make it to the sport. But yeah, if I were to stack up all of the champions from 1980s through to modern times, he would be down the lower end of the scale as to my opinion of his talent level. I certainly wouldn't put him above Schumacher or Hakkinen or Mansell or Senna or Prost or Jensen. I think Jensen is a better driver than Hill. I would put him above Villeneuve. But that's mainly just because I think Villeneuve. I don't like Villeneuve at all. I don't know, Villeneuve was one of those strange ones. He had so much pace and potential his first couple of years at F1, and then it just all went downhill very quickly. Feedback for Jensen incoming. We're a bit of a way off on this one at 79%. That's better.
Everything okay?
94.
Yeah, copy
A
that.
little wiggle room for improvement on that. We'll call him in. And I guess that's going to be up here then. Let's try that. I just assumed that would have gone down with me bringing the camber down as well. Apparently not. Yes, to go back to your question, Adrian, would I ever sell them? If I wanted to go down the route of trying to collect, do a Pokemon, got to get them all kind of thing, then, I mean, it would cost me an arm and a leg for starters, and I'd run out of space really quickly, given that I've gone for 118 scale as my kind of basic scale. And there's a lot of just average cars, in that collection, with some average drivers as well. So it's not like there would be a meaningful addition as an individual model, in my eyes anyway. I mean, do I really want to get every single Ferrari from 1996 through till modern times, for both drivers? Not really, because a lot of those cars weren't that good. The 2000 Schumacher Ferrari is definitely one that will be entering the collection at some point. Schumacher's first Ferrari title. The 2003 Barrichello Ferrari is one that I want because I want to have a little, I don't want to say shrine, but a little kind of monument to the one Grand Prix that I've been to in my life, and given how expensive Grand Prix are these days, could be the only Grand Prix I'll ever get to as well. From this point onwards, what with travel costs, entry costs, merch costs, accommodation, food, you're going into four figures easy, depending on where it is you're going. So, given all that, there are going to be certain Grand Prix, certain cars that are going to be important to me from a historical point of view, some on a personal point of view, like Barrichello's 2003 Ferrari, because I actually watched him make that overtake right in front of me, looking out the balcony of Brooklands as he came out of Bridge and up towards Priory. Watched him overtake Raikkonen from 50 feet away. So that car is important to me on a personal level. It's not, it's just a random Ferrari, from mid-season in 2003, and it's not a car that won a driver's title. It's just a random Ferrari model, but that one has meaning to me. So, but I mean, do I want a random Antonio Liuzzi Jaguar, for example? Not really. Do I want wall-to-wall Red Bulls? I mean, if I go for every car that's won a title, then I'm going to have a lot of Red Bulls. I'm going to have a lot of Mercedes. I'm going to have a lot of McLarens, quite a few Ferraris, a couple of Williams. Some of them are all going to look very similar. Like there's very little difference between the FW14B and the FW15, which Alain Prost won the title with in '93. There's not a huge lot of difference between those. I would need to have the McLarens of Senna and Prost when they won their titles. I would also need to have the Ferrari of Schumacher from 2001, 2, 3, and 4. Then I would also need to have, the McLarens of Hakkinen from 1908 and 99, and so on and so forth. And you run out of money and space incredibly quickly, and then you end up with a display of cars that all look very similar. So I now have just one gearbox remaining. Please don't crash. Don't make me buy a new gearbox. That would not be good. I don't think I was out there long enough to get any partial feedback. Oh no, I was out there long enough to know that the rear wing was fine, which was the only thing that didn't change. So yeah, of course that's fine. We've got some changes there. Okay, let's send them out. And hope that we do a little bit better this time. And let's face it, some of those cars from the sort of mid-2000s to the mid-2010s, pretty goddamn ugly. Not all of them. There were some years where the cars actually looked quite nice and were a marked improvement on the previous season from a visual standpoint, but some of them
keep looking
were
after the time.
god ugly cars. Absolutely hideous.
It's just increased light
I am
load.
yet to see a dildo-nosed Caterham model, though. Surprisingly, they've chosen not to make that model.
Pack is high.
Or at least if they have made it, they didn't make many of them, and it's made it a super rare collector's item because nobody's selling them. Did I do the curves? No, I didn't. Do that now. This time Schumacher is quicker than Button. So let's get Jensen out of the way. There we go. Feedback is great. I was hoping for better. No, 83%. We've gone the wrong way. Very much gone the wrong way there. We're at what, 91%? So we've gone down 8% there. Alright, let's pull them in. Make some tweaks. And that's why I went with the 118 scale as well, is because I'm not trying to get them all. I wanted models where I could appreciate some of that extra fine detail. And to be honest, some of the 143s, some of them look amazing. They really do look really detailed, especially the ones that have been made in more recent years. Some of the older ones, less so. And the older ones can be very expensive as well. I've seen some of the 143s that look lovely, and some that look terrible in triple-digit figures. You know, hundreds of pounds for them, and unless you're actually holding it up close, you're not going to see any appreciable detail in it. And it's just like, that's something for a completionist. You know, Not something for someone who wants to have a display to enjoy, I think. Yeah, we did go the wrong way, look. So that's got to go. That means that might have to. No, that can't do that. Have to bring the front wing down or push it up a bit to an 8.5. There we go. That helps give me the separation I need there. That's right on the very edge. It might come in a bit, but we'll go there so we can at least rule out the very far edge. That's a little bit more of a movement than I was expecting. It's slightly tweaked the rear wing, but we've got an okay movement there. We've got the right size sort of gap there and there. Let's see if that works. Keep my fingers crossed on that one. Come on, Jensen, give me that feedback. Oh, gone the wrong way with his car as well.
Yeah, copy that.
Making mistakes with these setups today. I think it's human nature to want to try and collect things as well. Everyone has, at some point in their life, has a collection that they get started. Most kids will collect something, and then sometimes that collection bug goes away, and someone gets older, and then it might come back. Sometimes it never goes away at all. I've had many different collections of different things over the years. When I was a kid, I used to love getting the Matchbox cars, but I didn't collect them to put them on a shelf. I collected them to play with them. Then I collected Formula 1 models. Not Formula 1 models, sorry. Warhammer 40k stuff. But again, that was to play the game rather than to just, put it, on a shelf. For me, most of the time when I do collect something, it's not with a view to treating it with reverence, like it has to stay in the box, and it's got to go into a perspex slab, and it's got to be preserved at all costs so that it retains its value. That's why all my Mass Effect figures are actually out, not boxed, because I want to be able to appreciate them and enjoy them. But yeah, there are every collection also inevitably ends up with a special piece here and there. And for me, that's going to be Mansel's car. Let's try doing that. This is going to have to come down. That's gone the wrong way. Let's go back to our 94% setup. There we go. Now I went that way and it still wasn't right, so does that mean that's going to be all the way up or all the way down? I mean, we went up to there and that didn't work, so let's go the opposite way. Let's take that down to a 0. Let's bring that back 1. There's a risk that we might break the traction and the front wing, but we'll try it. Jimbo says he loves buying PS3 games. Yeah, loads of people like to have a video game collection. I've got some, but it's not a collection. These are just games that when I got rid of a load of them, these ones I kept because I figured I would play these ones. And then, spoiler alert, I didn't actually end up playing that many of them. But these ones here, these are PS4 VR games because my VR headset's back there. And then I've got a small selection of PS3 games, but a very small selection. Fallout New Vegas, the complete Lego Fallout 3, the God of War collection, Skyrim, GTA 4, and the Ballad of Gay Tony and Liberty City Stories expansion. Episodes from Liberty City, that's what they called it. And then I've got some more PS4 games here and a couple of PS5 games, I think. Yeah. One PS5 game. It's F1. F1 2021. I've got Wipeout, Project Cars 2, Gran Turismo Sport, Mad Max, Fallout 4, the Uncharted collection, Tomb Raider, the Definitive Edition, Assassin's Creed Origins, Lego Avengers, Alien Isolation, which is an amazing game. If you haven't played Alien Isolation, you really should, especially with a sequel finally in development. And then Mass Effect, Andromeda, and Death Stranding, and then I've got a couple of the Deus Ex games with like a special edition that came with a book that I bought, one of my guidebooks. But it's not like it's a huge collection. I've got a couple of PS1 discs somewhere as well. I've got Final Fantasy 7 and Final Fantasy 8 still in their PS1 casing. And I kept those just for sentimental reasons because I really enjoyed playing those when I was younger. Back on my PS1. But you see, some people, they've got an entire wall of the room, or maybe even an entire room just full of video games and video game merch. I've got a little bit of video game merch and a small, very small selection of video games. Each to their own. I've got a nice sort of collection of Blu-rays, but that's to watch rather than to just have as a collection for the sake of collecting. Like I'm actively burning my way through Battlestar Galactica again. I'm on to the very final season, second half of season 4. So I'm almost done with that already. I started watching it just over a week ago. A week and a half ago. I'll probably get Breakout Fringe next because I haven't watched that in a few years and I've been itching to watch Fringe again. Yeah, everyone has a collection at some point. I used to have a model railway when I was younger. So I had a little collection of model railway stuff. But again, it was to play with rather than just sit on a shelf and collect dust. Right, Schumacher's car is optimal. That's what we wanted to see. Is it 100%? Yes, it is. Fantastic. That, I think, should be everything he needs to be at 100% prep. Let's check when he gets back to the garage. Got a little bit more to go with Jensen. We're about to see whether or not we've completely nailed it with Schumacher. Got his prep up to 100. I think we will have with that improved setup. Yes, there we go. So that's it for Schumacher. He's done. Now we just need to wait and see whether we're done with Jensen. That crash that we weren't quite quick enough to click on earlier was between Webber and Charles-Pic. So quite helpful that Webber has taken it upon himself to hopefully destroy his car. Maybe that'll drop him out of the top 10.
Any feedback?
Maybe he'll need to start from the pit
Understood.
lane. Let's have a look. Did we get it right? Yes, we did. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. Let's call him in. That's it for us for practice. We are done and dusted.
Pit lane speed limiter on. Stop in front of our garage. Welcome back from the ads. Those of you that got one. Gotta pay for eBay somehow. Right. We are going to be whizzing through the next session. Won't be sending the drivers out. We are done and dusted now with practice. Both cars fully tuned and set up. Both drivers at 100% prep. What we will do though is put the new bits in now, so I don't have to do that after practice. We'll go with the best bits that we have available, safe in the knowledge that we have a backup engine available. But that's all we have a backup for. We do not have a backup gearbox. We do not have a backup ERS for either driver. We don't even have an technically we don't even have an ERS for Jensen. Yeah, 34% is not good. It's in that fault category. Engine wise though, we're about the same as Schumacher actually. One in the 80s, one in the 70s. And then gearbox, we've got a slightly better gearbox available. There we go. So cars are now prepped, ready for qualifying. Just need to get our way through this final practice session first. Scooch that down so I don't accidentally send them out, because I have done that before, and we'll no doubt do it again at some point. So I saw an interesting little article that Alpine are ready to pounce if Max ends up going to Mercedes. I would imagine it may well be George that gets the boot. And I can see George making the move to Alpine next season. I think, given how pretentious George has become, I think he would be the perfect fit for a Gucci branded team. I think he would just be that perfect image for them. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if that does actually happen. You think Max will go to Alpine? I don't. Alpine don't have the car yet to challenge for wins. But, you know, if George gets pushed out because Max comes in... Oh, Van der Garde has crashed. Let's see a replay of that.
There's been a crash. Now we can see what happened. Now we're through the last turn here. Oh, that's
Dropped it
a
on the
pretty big
penultimate
impact
turn.
there. And that's not what they would have had in mind when they woke up this morning.
That is definitely quite a lot of damage on that car there.
And just like that, the hopes of the team start to dwindle.
What was I saying? Oh, yes. If George gets pushed out, because if I were Toto and I wanted to bring Max in, I think I would probably rather keep Kimi over George. Not least because he's going to be cheaper. He's going to be cheaper to pay than George. George's contract is definitely going to be a lot more significant income compared to Kimi's at this stage anyway. A couple of years down the line, Kimi's going to be on the big bucks himself, but for now, he's on a much, much smaller contract. That will probably get renegotiated at some point this year, I would imagine. Get him onto a much more, I don't want to say inflated, a much more competitive salary, but still won't be George level salary, I don't think. I can't see Max going to Alpine simply because the Alpine car is still half a second away, I think, from being able to mix it with the big boys. You know, and maybe challenge for a podium. They're certainly not race winning, you know, or going to be this season. You know, if anyone's going to break into the wins this year, it's going to be Ferrari. They're probably in third place right now in terms of the car performance. And they have been getting closer. Do I reckon Monaco will be a good race for them or the same? It's going to come down to qualifying at Monaco. I think they'll have a good chance. If they can stick it on pole, I think we could well see a Ferrari win. Because it's so hard to overtake there. Active aero, or straight line mode, is not going to be enabled at Monaco this year. I don't know if they're going to have overtake. I imagine they will, but there might be limits on where that can actually be applied. I don't know. Just, again, closing speeds could be ridiculous there. You hope Red Bull wins a race this year. They're going to have the potential. They've made a good step forward, but again, they're not there yet. It's definitely Mercedes, and then I would say McLaren a little bit behind them, and then Ferrari just behind them, and then just behind them, Red Bull. That would be the order that I would say. And then I would say maybe about half a second behind them is Alpine. So Alpine, they're on the right track, especially when you consider how abysmal last year was for them. They've definitely taken some really good steps forward this year. But yeah, it's not a team I think that's ready for Max. Max is going to want to go into a team that's race winning, and they're not there yet. And it'll probably be another year or two before they're there, if they continue at the rate that they're going. I think it would not surprise me, as silly as it might seem, to see Alonso go back there. I mean, he's got this habit of going back to the Enstone team, hasn't he? He won his titles at Enstone, then he went to Ferrari, and then when Ferrari didn't work, he went back to Enstone. And then when he won his titles and he went to McLaren, and that didn't work, so he went back to the Enstone team. And then after that, he went to Ferrari, and that didn't work, so he went back to them again. And then he went to McLaren, and now he's at Aston. But then he went from McLaren to back to Alpine again. Is that right? Have I put one too many Alpines in there? He's had 3 stints with the team so far, I think. So it was Alpine, Renault, then McLaren, Renault, Ferrari, McLaren again, then Renault / Alpine for his 3rd stint. Now he's at Aston, and yeah, I don't think he will, but I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him rock up for a 4th time with the Enstone outfit next season. That would just be comedy gold. All right, there we go. Drivers are fully prepped and ready. Look at that. We've got Schumacher almost into the high confidence now, the very high confidence. And Jensen, having finally made up with Tom Stallard, is now going to start in very high confidence for that extra little boost to his stats. Let's see if it makes a difference as we get ready for qualifying.
Will practice pay off for the drivers? Well, we're about to find out in qualifying.
A stable platform while snaking through the high-speed sequence of corners is vital in the early part of a Circuit of the Americas lap. And during qualifying, drivers will want to have good aerodynamic grip and pinpoint accuracy so as to not lose valuable time through those turns.
Karun, if we could perhaps talk about Lewis for a moment. How do you think he's feeling?
They had an excellent performance in practice, setting a solid lap time. They must be feeling confident. But confidence doesn't necessarily mean success in Formula One.
What does today have in store? Only time will tell.
All right, let's hit the track, shall we? See how we do. .8 degrees is the track temperature right now, and it's probably only going to go up for the next 10 minutes or so. I do expect our soft tyres to fall apart very quickly around here. I wouldn't mind having a set available for the Grand Prix, but I'm not planning on using them unless we get a safety car towards the end. Probably going to go medium hard. But we'll pay attention to the weather forecast, see when the worst of the sunshine is going to be, and possibly stick hard tyres on during that period. I don't want my my mediums to get cooked off too soon, because while they'll go a good number of laps, their performance will drop away relatively quickly if they're getting cooked in dirty air. We've got both Marussias out there, Bianchi and Chilton. Everyone else still in the garage.
And drive straight out, track will be clear. Let's go.
Mugu says 6 of 33, 26 mod. When, and if so, what team? Next week, Monday. We're starting that series on Monday, and probably going to start with Aston. I think we'll go with Aston. I think we're not going to do Cadillac because we've just done a 6-season series with Cadillac. So yeah, I think Aston could be a fun challenge with a terrible engine and a car that really doesn't work all that well. And yeah, for the sake of my sanity, I think we might possibly just bin off Stroll right from the start. I don't know, but we might just have to put up with his moaning for a season. I am not going to go down the let's make Lance Stroll a world champion, route, because I think hell might freeze over before that actually happens. Schumacher slightly slower than Jensen in that opening sector. Let's see how the middle sector goes. Jensen did have to find his way past Lewis Hamilton. I don't know if that slowed him down at all. Fractionally quicker for Schumacher, so nip and tuck between the two. Fantastic, and Stroll must go. Yes, he will go. It's just a question of when. We'll be going through the database and maybe making a few little pre-season tweaks to driver ratings and things like that. Maybe car performance ratings, potentially, before the series starts. But I don't know if there'll be any significant changes. I doubt anything will be too significant. And I don't know what Stroll's contract situation will be from 2026 onwards in terms of whether it's going to be a multi-year deal or just one season. We'll have to see what's in that database. But if he's on a big multi-year deal, if he's just got a 5-year deal with a ridiculous buyout fee, which no one's ever going to pay for, because who's going to want to sign Stroll? Then, yeah, we might end up being stuck with him for a while. Hopefully not. Right, Hamilton coming up to close out his lap. Last corner for him. He's looking a lot quicker than us. No surprise there. He is only half a second quicker. Ooh, okay, I was expecting that gap to be bigger than that. It's early days in the session, though, and that might not have been the cleanest of laps from Hamilton. I mean, he's purple, but let's face it, he wasn't really slower than anybody who'd gone before him, was he? Let's have a look at Van der Gaard, whose middle sector has fallen apart somewhere. 39.8. He's obviously hit some traffic somewhere. Prep for another run. What are the tyres at? 88%. Wow. Burns at 12% on that first run. Oh, and it's a lockup for Van der Gaard as well. So, yeah, completely scuffed lap.
Now this was on the straight. And they just can't keep on the track. And you really can't do that too often with these cars.
Shame. Right, let's see if Nico Rosberg can topple his teammate. Hamilton staying clear down the back straight. .37.8. That's a pretty quick looking middle sector. Hulkenberg up to second, just a tenth away from Hamilton. That is very quick. And there we go. That's more of a kind of a gap that I was expecting to see to the front. Rosberg with a 1:33.3. That's a second quicker than us. Ouch. That's about more what I was expecting. But we're half a second slower than Hulkenberg. That's not so good. What about Fernando? He's going to be closing out his lap soon. Raikkonen goes up to P4. Alonso up in the middle sector, down in the first sector compared to Raikkonen. So be there or thereabouts with him. He goes just a little bit quicker. 700ths quicker. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the content, Mugu, and hopefully we'll see you a little bit more often. Ricardo beats out Jensen by 1,000th of a second. Very, very tiny margin indeed. Maldonado on a lap, but it's not the greatest first sector. Let's check in with Pasta. Let's see if he crashes. Is that Vettel? I think that's Vettel in front of him. On Seb's car. Four-time champion now is Seb, having wrapped up the driver's title a couple of nights ago, and the constructor's title went to Red Bull last night as well. Only thing left to decide now is who wins the pit stop challenge. At least we're quicker than Maldonado. Given how quickly... Oh, Jesus. Maldonado nearly driving into the back of Hamilton there. Given how quickly the tyres wear out here, I might just stay in the garage. We've got just under 8 minutes left in the session, and we've got a few more cars going out. We'll see what their times end up being, and see if anyone who goes out for a second run makes a big improvement. As Grosjean pops up to 9th. The worrying thing is, I don't know how many of these guys are actually getting held up in traffic. So I don't know how many of these lap times we're seeing are actual genuine lap times. Vettel's first sector is awful. Just seen that, 30.8. That is the slowest first sector we've seen, with the possible exception of Van der Gaard. That was an in-lap sector there, so we can't count that one. But
flying in the middle sector, but I mean, he's going to be nowhere thanks to that opening sector. There we go. He's barely quicker than Van der Gaard. Van der Gaard got blocked on his run and then had that big lockup at the end of his lap as well. So, yeah, that is a horrible lap for Seb. Let's see how Webber gets on. Can't be any worse. Unless he puts it in the barrier, in which case... Resta pops up and splits our two drivers. 7,000s behind Jensen. Here comes Mark Webber. Charles Pic is third. What the... How did that slip underneath my radar? How did Charles Pic get all the way up into third place? I mean, we know the catering has really improved this season, but holy shit. That is ridiculous. Now I'm not so confident about us being able to get through. Now I'm thinking we might need to go again. You know what? We are going to go again. I'm not going to take a gamble. We can't risk taking a gamble. With our jobs on the line, we have to make sure that we can get through. Big improvement in the final sector for Hamilton, but lost a little bit of time in the opening sector. Raikkonen has pumped in a new purple first sector. Let's keep an eye on Kimi.
Watch for Hulkenberg. Warm the tyres where you can.
I still can't get over that lap from Charles Pic. We could suffer the ignominy of being out-qualified by both of the Caterhams today if we're not careful. Van der Gaard has had the better of the two cars. It looks like they might now both be on the most up-to-date spec, with Pic being that high up the order. Here comes Kimi. He goes top, so he found almost a second because he was 7.5 tenths away, and now goes 2.24 seconds, 0.224 seconds clear. So, yeah, he found almost a second, and we're down to 13th with Schumacher. God damn you. I can't get him round quick enough to have another run. Shit. Let's see how bad the damage is in the opening sector.
Good gap in front.
But that might be it for Michael.
Good to open the lap.
26.9. Yeah, he's not going to improve. We'll call him in. There's no point being out there. All right, Jensen. Just never getting the luck in qualifying with traffic at the moment. That 1.8 seconds quicker than Schumacher. This is what happened to Schumacher yesterday. Just on a good run, on his final run in Q1, but got blocked and ruined the lap. And got him knocked out. He started down in P19, or qualified P19, and then ended up with a pit lane start. Because Jensen crashed, and we had to take parts off Schumacher's car to avoid Jensen having to start the pit lane. I'm concerned. I've just seen Vettel's down in 21st place. Oh man, if he gets knocked out, that would be crazy. Where is Van der Gaard? He's on a lap. He's not had a great middle sector or opening sector again.
This is P10.
That's a great lap, buddy.
So Jensen is
Normal fuel save on the lap.
not safe. I don't think he actually improved at all, did he? No, he didn't. No improvement. Gutierrez is done. He did not improve. Van der Gaard improved 21st. Let's see. Can Seb make it? Or will Seb get knocked out? Brand new set of soft tyres. Grosjean's looking to improve. Cecil's looking to improve. Maldonado and Bottas are done. Gutierrez is done. Chilton's not going to get there. Bianchi and Van der Gaard are done. So it's going to be Vettel and Grosjean, I think. Maybe Cecil. I don't think he's quick enough. So I think we're safe. Seb's doing what he needs to do. Doesn't need to be blisteringly quick, he just needs to get a time on the board. Final corner. Grosjean did not improve. He stayed P14. Vettel jumps up to 4th. And we are through. We are safe. It's Cecil, Bottas, Gutierrez, Chilton, Bianchi and Van der Gaard who are eliminated in Q1. And I have to say Van der Gaard, probably a bit of a shock getting eliminated in Q1 there, especially considering the pace of his teammate, who's up in P5. Okay, into Q2, and we are going to start on those scrub tyres.
slightly better for Schumacher because he didn't do a complete second run. So 5% better on the tyres there. I don't know if we can make it through to the next session, but we will give it a damn good go. Let's get Jensen out relatively early. Going out right behind Seb. Let's see if Vettel gives us a bit of a tow. Rosberg, Webber, so both Red Bulls getting out early. I'm looking at the wrong driver, I think. No, wait, no. It's because it's in white. It was hidden by the white bar. I don't think we're close enough to get a tow.
And drive straight out, The track will be clear.
So hopefully we're not going to get
Let's go.
dirty air with no benefit at all. Traffic into turn one maybe for Schumacher. Nope, he gets out ahead of the Sauber. That's good. Bottas gets past the Caterham, no problem at all. Let's see if Schumacher gets held up. He will. Down half a second. Jesus, come on, get out of the way. Oh my god, this is slow. Finally. Oh wow, Rosberg really getting held up at 27-1. Shame. 38.6, that's 0.8 of a second slower than Vettel in the middle sector. And even slower for Schumacher. Alright, what do we do? Wow, 1.8 seconds off the
Look after
pace.
the fuel on the
I know the tyres are scuffed, but ouch. And 2.5 seconds nearly, 2.4 seconds off the pace for Schumacher. This is going to be a tough one to get out of, this one. Webber. Down a tenth in the opening sector. Fractionally quicker in the middle sector. Goes flying past a couple of cars at the very end of the lap. He misses out by 0.2 of a second. Alonso is looking quick. He looks like he's going to pit Seb here. My nose just will not stop itching. Drive me crazy.
draw at this rate. Yeah, come on. Seb versus Fernando. Fernando is quicker. Get Rob Smedley on the line. Pass the message on. Fernando is quicker than you. De Resta pops up into 7th. Bad lap for him. He also is getting blocked somewhere. Hulkenberg's opening sector is not looking amazing. Vern is having a miserable lap. He lost 5 seconds to Hulkenberg in the opening sector with traffic there.
Remember the pit lane speed limiter. Pit lane speed limiter.
Stop in front of our garage.
7 seconds off the pace in the end. Sharpeak again jumping up above us. Not quite so close to the front runners this time, but still a better time than us. Just going to do one more run and hope that it's going to be good enough. It's going to be trying to find that little bit of clean air now to get a good second run in. I'm looking, there's quite a few cars on a quick lap now, so I'm going to go now. Hamilton pops up in 5th place, but he's 1.9 seconds off the pace. Massa, see what he can do. He's slower than Grosjean, a couple of tenths down. There is Grosjean just appearing in the background. Actually, no, that was the 2nd Ferrari.
And we want to generate some temperature for this outlap.
Massa pops up into P4, half a second away. Here comes Grosjean. He goes P4. Right, Raikkonen. Can he go P4? Oh, it goes P3. And he's pretty close, actually. Less than 2 tenths behind. Nice little bit of clear track here for Jensen. Schumacher's got a little bit of traffic in front of him. Looks like, is that Vettel in front of us, or is that... Yeah, Vettel is in front of Schumacher. You can even see Seb slotting out of the pits there. And... that Lotus behind is on its way back to the pits. That's not a problem. So we're just going to be wary of cars popping out now. But hopefully there won't be many, if any.
Good gap in front.
And straight away.
Let's go.
No, so Williams going back to the pits. Very nice. All right, so this will be a clean lap, traffic-wise, for Jensen. Currently in P10, 1.9 seconds away from Alonso's time. Absolutely needs to find an improvement here. .5.0 is not too bad. It'll be a clear run for Schumacher, traffic-wise. Keep an eye on his lap. Also a 25.0. 24.7 for Seb.
amazingly quick for Jensen. Down again. Jensen's up to 7th.
So that's P7.
0.675 seconds away. So
Last lap pace was
a
good.
little over 6.5 tenths. Schumacher slightly quicker in the middle sector this time around. Goes top, and Schumacher is a tenth slower. I don't know if he's going to be safe. Rosberg's out of position right now in 14th. Hamilton's out of position in 11th. Who knows what Charles Pic can do? Hulkenberg, we've seen him be quite pacey, so I think at least one of our drivers is going to get knocked out, potentially both of them. I guess we go again. We should just about have time for another run. Let's get Schumacher back a little bit quicker. And Jensen for that matter. There we go. Mercifully, it's been much cooler today.
Stop in front of our garage.
Temperatures this last week or so has been horrible, but much cooler today. Means I might actually get a nice comfortable night's sleep tonight. We will be doing a Saturday stream tomorrow to finish this season off. Might start that a little bit earlier. Might start that at 6 rather than 8. Ooh, Mercedes pulls out of talks over Alpine buy-in. Story posted on BBC a couple hours ago. Mercedes have pulled out of talks to buy a minority shareholding in the Alpine team because they felt it was overpriced. Yeah, Alpine currently valued at $3 billion, which is a huge amount because I think they were only valued at about $1 billion. Or just over $1 billion when they sold that stake, that 20% stake, to the consortium from the States, which included Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney. Oh crap! I haven't sent them out. It's too late. Oh dear. We might get knocked out. We might get knocked out by Charles Pic, of all people. Well, actually, no. But if he gets ahead of us, that's not going to be good. Yeah, Otro paid €200 million for their stake in June. Crazy how much Formula One teams are worth these days compared to what they were worth not so long ago. Pic was not able to get ahead of us. So it's going to be the Mercedes drivers and then possibly Hulkenberg. And if Hulkenberg's on a flying lap, which he is, he's had a horrible first sector, which means he's not going to get us. Di Resta is he on a flying lap or is he done? Flying lap. So Di Resta's not going to get us. Maldonado's not going to get us. I think we're safe into the top 10 here. Here comes Hulkenberg. Doesn't improve because he lost 5 seconds in the opening sector. Di Resta's lost over 5 seconds in the opening sector as well, so we haven't got to worry about him. Hamilton and Rosberg will eliminate Ricciardo and Peak. Verne is done. Maldonado's done. So, yeah, that's it. We made it through. That I did not expect. I did not expect us to get both cars through. I didn't think we'd get either car through, if I'm completely honest. But we actually caught a break in traffic for a change by going so early. We did not suffer the delays that Hulkenberg and Di Resta did. So Hamilton goes top. Rosberg is out. Oh man, look at that. He lost 2 seconds almost in the middle sector and then lost a few tenths in the final sector as well. Rosberg is out. Wow. Daniel Ricciardo will make it through. That's crazy. Alright, we're into Q3, and we do have 1 penalty so far to be applied, and that's to Mark Webber. And that will be a 3-place penalty for, I'm guessing, taking out Charles Pic in practice. We saw that collision, or we saw the aftermath where they were both out, but we didn't actually see the collision. I wasn't quick enough to click on that, but it looks like that was Webber's fault. He's got a penalty for that, so it's possible Webber might not actually start in the top 10 as well. So, somehow, we have managed to scrape our way through into the top 10 with both drivers. We're going to use these 88% tyres for our first run. Then we're going to slap a new set on for a run at the end of the session. Maybe a little bit before the end of the session, but less cars to worry about now. And let's see if we can out-qualify anybody, which would be nice. Quite a few cars coming out of this. Half the top 10 out already. So Vettel, Raikkonen, and both of our drivers.
happens if I try and inject a bit of colour. Oh. That was wrong. There we go. Got some yellow. Some green. Some very, very intense blue. Some cyan. Some purple. That seems to be like blue and purple seems to be like the default colours for streamers these days, don't they? We've got some red. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that looks
And drive straight out, drive straight out. Track will be
pretty
clear.
rough. We've got some orange. Back to yellow again. And let's just go clear and turn that brightness down a bit. All right, flying lap starting. Oh, I've got a Ferrari coming out the pits in front. Oh, no. No, 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 no. God damn it. Get out of my way. Damn you, Massa. In dyno. What would happen if I finished this series and the DB editor doesn't have the 2026 mod? Well, this series is going to go for at least 3 seasons, but the update's out. So we'll be starting our 2026 regulation playthrough on Monday. We'll be finishing season 1 of this tomorrow, and then we'll get season 2 underway maybe next week. We may take a week off before we start season 2 of this series. But in terms of like integration with the editor, it's not going to be part of the editor in the same way that 2025 mod is like a little click and it's applied. It's now going to be like a PAX file to drop in. P1. To your mod folder. So, yeah, there we go. Schumacher lost over 2 seconds thanks to Massa. Has popped up into P5. Webber crosses the line, as does Hamilton. Webber only P6. Hamilton up into 2nd place. Grosjean P4. Let's hope we ruin Massa's lap. Not at all bitter or vindictive in any shape or form. Very magnanimous, as you can obviously tell. Phone's been blowing up notifications. Let's clear these off.
Okay, so remember pit lane speed limiter.
Attack the box.
Alright, Massa P6. Alright, new set of tyres. And if we switch to full screen mode like this, and then go to overtake. Someone's done a Gucci livery. Interesting. That might not be too far away from what we actually see. You don't even know, actually. It is a livery. It's going to have blue in it. It's going to be interesting to see. It's just the livery. No team wear, because they've still got BWT pink. But we might see something like this for the actual livery, because they did say the car's going to have blue on it for Alpine. Yeah, here's the update. So, as you can see, if we go to updates, make sure you read the instruction manual, etc. Blah blah blah. This is for the 1.1 version. It will not be integrated into the online database editor. You'll still be able to edit things in the editor on that, but you won't be. It won't be integrated. All right, got a few cars going out. We're going to go out now as well. I swear to God, if Massa pops out as we're coming round again, I will hunt him down and slash his tyres.
And we want to generate some temperature for this outlet.
So Ricardo is in the second sector now. We've got Vettel going purple. Grosjean and Raikkonen are now into the first sector. No, Raikkonen isn't. Raikkonen's behind us. Grosjean's in the opening sector.
Let's go.
That's Webber behind on an outlap. So we might have to worry about Webber on our lap at some point. Let's ride on board the Jensen. I'll be keeping an eye on the Champions League final between Arsenal and PSG. Probably not as it's happening, but I will watch the highlights. It's not going to be on free TV, so I won't be able to watch it. Vettel is absolutely flying as he comes up to the line. He goes top with a 132.8. That puts him nearly 3/10 clear of Alonso. About a tenth in it at the moment on Alonso's lap.
will be tight. Jensen's doing okay. So Schumacher, let's see, can Alonso steal pole position back? He needs a mighty final sector here. Oh no, he can't. He misses out by 1/10 of a second. Vettel has pole. Here comes Webber to start his lap and Button to finish his lap. There goes Webber. Jensen improves above Massa. We've got one of the Mercedes. That's going to be Hamilton. Hamilton stays in third. Finds just under 2/10. Schumacher improves to P7. Raikkonen gets above Grosjean into fourth place. Looks like Massa's about to take that position back from us. Both positions back from us by the look of it. And then probably Webber as well. Ricciardo is done in 10th. Vettel and Alonso are done. Hamilton and Raikkonen are done. Grosjean, if he's on a lap, it's an awful start to the lap. I think he's done. Yeah, he's done. He's on an in lap. Massa crosses the line and he goes P5. He jumps Grosjean as well. Now, last gasp roll of the dice here for Mark Webber to get on the front row or maybe even on pole position. Absolutely needs to nail this final sector. Only gets to 6th. So we will start in 8th and 9th. It's Vettel on pole from Fernando Alonso. Hamilton and Raikkonen 3rd and 4th. Then Massa, Webber, Grosjean, Button, Schumacher and Ricciardo. But Webber's got that penalty. That will drop him down to 9th. So we will actually start 7th and 8th. And it'll be Grosjean who starts in P6. Interesting. I expect Webber will get past us pretty quickly.
We're not far off now here in Austin as the drivers ready themselves for this 56-lap race.
The Circuit of the Americas is definitely a track that rewards bravery on the brakes, just like when Lewis Hamilton passed Sebastian Vettel unbelievably late here to take the win in 2012.
The track in Austin is a contradiction. It's high speed, but drivers need a decent amount of downforce to make good on overtaking. Having the grip to outbrake opponents here is key. Well, there's nothing quite like it. Welcome along to race day.
Alright, so just confirming the starting grid. They see Webber's 3-place penalty drops him down to 9th, bumps us a place each, as does Grosjean get a bump as well. Nobody else is going to have any kind of penalty or pit lane start. So let's take a look at strategy. So looks like the bulk of the sun is going to be at the end of the Grand Prix. That's when tyres are going to get a little heated, so we want the hard tyres there. So we're looking at something along these lines. Something like this, maybe. That'll give us a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of leeway to push on these, and we can always drop those down like that as well. Yeah, in fact we will, because it's only going to give us an extra second over the entire stint. So that's our strategy for Schumacher. Jensen, do I try going soft, medium, hard? Would it make a real difference? A little bit of a difference.
mix it up just a little bit. But if I do that, I'm not going to have those soft tyres available for a late safety car, am I? I've only got the one set that's new. So we will go with the same as Schumacher then. We'll go medium, medium, hard. Keep the softs in reserve, just in case we do get that, as I say, a late safety car. Look to do something like that. Fuel, I'm going to take 2 laps of fuel out. I'm going to go aggressive off the line. I would dearly love to get both cars home in the points today. Or at the very least, get both cars to finish. That would be an improvement on recent racing form as well. There we go. So we are prepped with fuel and tyres and strategies and setups and all that fun stuff. The start of the United States Grand Prix is next.
Well, it's great to have you with us, folks, as we settle in for the weekend's Grand Prix action. The McLaren driver now fully focused on this race.
An encouraging grid position as they sit in P8. Lots to build on during the race if they manage it well.
And it'll be exciting to see just what will happen here today. Here we go. It's the United States Grand Prix. It's lights out and away we go.
All right, let's see if we can get a good start. P7 still. Webber's already jumped us into P8. Hamilton's starting on hard tyres. Same for Ricciardo and Hulkenberg and Sutil. Rosberg kind of stuck in the midfield at the moment, behind Maldonado. And now that we've got the launch out of the way, we'll turn off the fuel burn. So with Hamilton starting on the hard tyres and Vettel on soft, I expect Seb is going to absolutely sprint away. Alonso needs to get through quickly if he wants to have any chance of getting a win here tonight. He still has yet to win a race this season, Fernando, which just seems a little bit extreme. He's had so much pace at times, just hasn't had the luck to be there when Seb has not been able to capitalise. Wins for Seb, 3 wins for Webber, a win
for Hamilton. Maybe even 2 wins for Hamilton. Rosberg's had a win. Raikkonen got a win last night, but still no wins for Fernando. Track temperature 32.6 degrees. It's not boiling hot. But we don't want the tyres to overheat unnecessarily.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre in good shape.
Webber already is going to make the move on Jensen. We just slotted out of the DRS of Grosjean. And Webber's going to go flying past us here. Maybe not. There's the move. He's got that extra grip. And yeah, he will now see that move through. He'll come back up the inside again. Oh no, he hasn't. I am shocked. Surprised, pleasantly, but did not expect that. I thought that was a done deal.
Recharge on.
Maybe this time it's big red. Push us off the track, and there we go, he's through. I mean, that was inevitable. As soon as I saw that he was going to start right behind us, I knew it would only be for a few laps, and that has very much proved to be the case. We won't be able to stay with him either. What I will do is try and push Schumacher through. Right. Remember the golden rule, boys. Don't hit each other. I feel like I'm really tempting fate by saying that, but hopefully I shouldn't need to say it. And there we go. That is Schumacher through. Racing on. Yeah, long way to go yet, but I would be very happy if we finished 8th and 9th today. With Rosberg punching his way through, I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're probably looking at 9th and 10th, unless there's a retirement. Oh! Is that Hamilton off?
We've got a yellow flag here.
Crash somewhere. It was Hamilton and Alonso. Alonso had already got
And
the
the
move
contact
done. Hamilton
between
went
the
back up the
cars,
inside,
inevitable.
clattered into the
And there'll be
side
more than
of
one
Alonso there.
unhappy
That
team after
is
that.
Hamilton's fault, I would say. Doesn't look like Alonso sustained any
And
damage.
look at the
Hamilton
team
will
there.
have
They
taken a
all
little
knew
bit of
what
front
that
wing
moment
damage from
meant.
that, I think. Which we can't see the notification of. Yeah, look there, you can see he's missing the entire end plate on the right-hand side of that front wing. Alonso now will have an opportunity to try and go after Vettel, but he's already 3 seconds behind. 3 seconds, we're already 3 seconds behind Webber. Oh, and Jensen's ERS has already started playing up.
I'll let you know. I see that
Caused by curbs and condition.
Overtake
So
available.
to clear that fault as quick as we can, we're going to avoid high-risk curves. We're also likely to get overtaken.
Just be mindful of curbs.
So let's go into always defend as well. This is why I moved Schumacher through quickly, because I knew that we were likely to get ERS issues with Jensen tonight. You know, when you've got a crap ERS and you come to a bumpy circuit like this, it's going to happen at some point. Kind of lucky for us that Ricardo is on hards. That will make it a little bit harder for him to get through. If he stays close like this, but without actually making the move, that will make it very difficult for Rosberg to punch through. And this will hopefully give Michael a little bit of a chance to try and break away. We are going to push his tyres a little bit quicker for a couple of laps, see if we can open the gap up a bit. And the reason I've gone on to avoid curbs is that now removes that as a cause of the fault, which should hopefully clear this temporary fault a little bit quicker. It's not a guarantee. Sometimes these temporary faults don't end up being temporary, they end up being permanent faults. See, wow, Ricardo just goes flying through, doesn't he? Not even close on that one.
Plenty to play for.
Can we at least keep Rosberg behind for a little bit though? He had a little look, didn't he?
Yes, DRS.
What is the actual fault? Is it reduced charge or reduced output? So yeah, it's not going to work as well. It's not going to give us as much power.
Okay, understood. Okay, use to deploy.
Let's see if we can somehow manage to stay in Ricardo's DRS. That will make things a little easier for us on the back straight, but I think it's probably a little bit of wishful thinking. Should have done that straight away. Hold him off? No. No, we can't. So we may as well. Oh, still kind of side by side. But he will complete that move now. We may as well turn off the high defense. We can't though.
There's still opportunities here. He's 1.3 behind.
Pitiful acceleration is out of these corners without the battery at full kick. Rosberg immediately goes straight through, and that's a big sudden loss of speed there for Ricardo. It's not the fault. Maybe he's just got no battery left. Down now. It's just now a matter of time before Rosberg catches Schumacher.
Has DRS. Pick clear air if you can.
Couldn't get the move done in the braking zone, probably because we're avoiding curves.
There are opportunities ahead.
Fault is cleared. Lovely. Now, will it reactivate the second I stop avoiding curves again? That cleared really quickly, actually. Not quicker than I was expecting.
Recharge on.
Rosberg is already all over Hamilton, all over Schumacher. Should be straightforward here for Rosberg. As he turns on his former teammate and mentor. And that is Rosberg up into P8. All right, Jensen, let's get 10 back from Ricardo, please.
Use overtake.
I'm keeping them in medium overtake here because on this circuit, pushing on with high means they're likely to pull out of the slipstream way too soon and lose a huge amount of momentum. Not a major issue so much on the main start-finish straight, but on the long back straight here, definitely do not want to be losing the slipstream. That's the best opportunity to clear that overtake efficiently.
How's the tyre doing? We want good pace.
I think we just kept the DRS. We do need to get back in front of Ricardo. And we did get the DRS, very nice. Right, this time, let's get him.
Cool and calm.
Oh, lovely stuff. Smoothly through. Beautiful. Right, top up.
Well done, good job.
Assist. There we go. Right, Schumacher's got a lead battery to splurge. So let's splurge it.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Reading back through some of those earlier comments from tonight's stream, going on about the race at home events in Formula E. I think they missed a chance there. They missed a golden opportunity to get a commercial tie-in with Sega and call it Virtua Racer. Instead of the virtual race events, they could have had Virtua Racer events. Sega sponsorship would have been pretty big for Formula E back then as well. Would have boosted their profile quite significantly, I think.
Schumacher has been just sneaking back towards Rosberg because of the battery burn. But we've got a nice 4-second gap between our two cars now, so we're getting to a kind of a window where we could box them on the same lap if we wanted to. Don't know if we will or not. We might box them a lap apart just to be on the safe side. Van der Gaard has got himself past Bianchi and Shilton. He's caught the back of Gutierrez. And he's kind of stuck there at the moment. Where is Peak? Peak is still really close. In fact, we'll see him. There he is. There is Charles Peak. Right behind Ricciardo and Jensen. Could we see Caterham trying to spoil our race by going for points tonight? Jensen shuts down Ricciardo. Turn my attention back to Schumacher for a second. You can see we're getting closer again to Rosberg. It's not going to be too long before those on soft tyres start thinking about making the switch. I mean, our tyres are down to 60% already. We haven't really pushed them that much. A couple of laps here for Jensen, a few laps longer for Schumacher, but that gap's just over a second. Of course, now we stop pushing the battery, it's going to go up again, but I don't think we're too far away from our first set of stops. Problem for Sutil. Just a minor issue at the moment. Let's see how long that lasts for. Massa gets past Webber. So is that Webber's softs starting to go? He fights back, but Massa's still there. And he shuts that down.
Good job. Currently P10.
Ah, damn it. This time he does get through. Let's see if we can take the place back straight away again.
Overtake available.
Use the tyre.
Webber and Massa still fighting. The bigger issue with Maldonado. Well, I mean, he's Sutil's issue at the moment. Look at that gap to Rosberg. It's exploded back to 4 seconds again. Rosberg's kicking on, going after Raikkonen. He also might be starting to push because he's getting ready to stop. Both will be true. Just fell short.
Deep breath. We're going to be okay.
Sure. Oh no, still got some left. More than I was expecting.
Keep chipping away.
again there. Good, Mike. Ah, yes, much cooler today. We missed the DRS. I think we might have done, which means we're going to be vulnerable to peak. Did miss the DRS. Still got some battery and a chance to get Ricardo. Here comes Peak in the background. And this time Jensen's just about able to get a car alongside, but I think the move's gone. It has. Ah, dear.
Play
Right,
ball.
well, we'll have to do that now.
Recharge on.
And there's our first stop, and it's Paul di Resta.
Pack is low.
And he's on mediums. I thought we'd see someone on softs as the first one in. Decent stop. Gone on to a set of hard tyres. And there's our first set of softs. Oh, we got a crash somewhere. A little collision between a couple of cars, I think. No, it's a
Let's
lockup
take
for
a look
Lewis.
at the replay. Right, here's the action at turn 10. The brakes couldn't cope, and they'll need to be mindful of the effect that that had on the tyres.
And he loses the position to Romain Grosjean. He's going to have Webber right behind him now. Much better start for Bianchi. Once again, playing second fiddle to Chilton. I can't understand why Bianchi's been so much slower this year. Because he shouldn't be. Oh, we're under pressure. We are under pressure. Come on, shut that move down. Don't let him through. Don't let him through.
Good job. This is P11.
Maldonado has been overtaken by teammate Valtteri now.
He has DRS. We are ready for you.
And that's Van der Garden. Getting off his softs. Problem with the right rear. Not a clean or a tidy stop there.
And down in the pits, oh, that's a slow one.
Got a bit of a
High
slipstream,
temperature management.
but we're going to have to fight off Charles Peake's attentions once again. This time, he might get us. Oh, we've had a mistake somewhere. Someone's spun out. The leaders are in as well.
Yellow's ahead.
And here we've got a yellow flag. Nothing at this point.
So
That's
Gutierrez
it, that's
spins
the spin. And once
in
it started,
in the
they
wake
were pretty
of Pastor
powerless to do
Maldonado there.
anything. And while all that was happening, the crew in the garage could do nothing but watch on.
All right, so it was a good stop for Vettel. Let's see how it goes for Alonso. Not well. Here comes Webber. Can he jump Alonso here? He can. Oh, what a disaster for Alonso. And we have held off Charles-Pic. And Webber, despite being able to push on and also get ahead of Alonso, has come out behind us and Charles-Pic again. We're going to be in. I'm going to come in at the end of this lap, I think. I mean, Jensen's tyres are massively overheating. We've got that little bit of wiggle room leeway that we knew about.
Okay, we're box this lap, box this lap.
This time, I do not think we're going to keep Charles-Pic behind. He'll be ahead before we even hit the braking zone. Yeah, there we go. And Webber's going to probably dive bomb us as well. Do not think we can shut that one down. No, we can't.
Recharge on.
All right, Rosberg's in. Schumacher's about to come in as well. We've about a 6-second gap between our two drivers. Tidy stop there. Oh, come on. No, 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 no. Ah. 5 seconds stop, not good. No delay for Jensen, though. Gets turned around very quickly.
There's been an issue in the pits.
We see the McLaren come into pit. Oh, they
That's the
just
front
can't
right,
get the
wasn't
front
it?
left tight enough.
That's frustrating. Oh, it's doing that thing where it's going to track them, but through the circuit. Look. Oh, no, there we go. It's caught back up again. Even in PR. So Schumacher's out just behind Adrian Sutil. So we're ahead of Bottas and Maldonado. Jensen's out behind Maldonado. Not so good.
Currently, that is P17.
Webber and Peak doing battle. This is good because this will slow them down a bit. Less of a factor for Webber, but certainly will help us with Charles-Pic being slowed down a bit. And our attempts to undercut. Here comes Massa. Oh, terrible stop.
Use overtake.
Nothing doing. Tire's not up to temperature. Didn't quite have the grip level. We need to clear Sutil quickly here. Jensen's caught Maldonado.
Right, now the tyres are switched on. Now we should be able to get the move done. There's Jensen and Pasta at the top of the shot. And there's Valtteri.
Pick clear air if you can.
There we go. That's a comfortable move done for Schumacher. And Jensen is through as well. Now we just need to make sure we don't get rear-ended. Romain Grosjean's into the pits. Let's see what tyres he goes for. Soft tyres should get out ahead of Daniel Ricciardo. Alonso gets ahead of Webber, who still has not got past Charles Peak. And Alonso gets through at the first. Oh, does he? Thought Alonso was getting him at the first time of asking, but Alonso can't get through either. Button trying to find his way past Valtteri.
Maximum PU cooling.
Stay in, stay in. Ah, no.
There's still opportunities here.
Damn it. Charles Peak is into the pits.
And reminder for recharge.
Right, there goes Schumacher. Soft tyres and a pretty quick stop.
Hack is low.
There goes Satil. There's Jensen and Valtteri. Oh, no. He gets out in front of ahead of Jensen. Shit. That just made our afternoon a little bit harder. Because Satil is on soft. Sorry, Peak is on softs. It's definitely going to make our job harder. Ricardo's ahead as well. Yeah, it's not been a good run here after the stop for Jensen. We've been held up in traffic far too much.
Your P14. Gap 0.7.
Oh, for God's sake. Damn it, Jensen.
That won't help their chances, but all being well and fingers crossed, no lasting damage to the car.
Absolute disaster. Everyone's going through.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep
Absolute
the tyre in
shocker.
good shape.
God damn it.
Remember recharge.
Start doing a little bit of fuel saving. It's 1.8 kilos for a lap of fuel. Let's see if I can at least get back in front of Satil and
All
Bottas.
listen coast. Tyre management looks okay.
So P16. But we're behind Van der Gaard now. Track temps are going up a little bit as well.
Tyre feedback when you can.
My hopes rest with Schumacher. And that's going to really hurt our strategy a little bit as well. Look how much we lost there on the tyres. We have to bring our scheduled stop forward a couple of laps to make up for that. Means I'll have less spare rubber to play with for the final stint.
We can use the pace now.
Back to the front. It's Vettel leading from Grosjean. Raikkonen in third. Then it's Alonso fourth with Webber right behind. And Massa and Hamilton. And Rosberg. So very, very close here in the battle for P4. The 5-car train. It's right on board at the back of that train. Enough here. He has done. Is that going to give Massa an opportunity here?
Pack is high.
Here comes Massa. Will he commit in the braking zone? Oh, he does. Straight through with authority. Can you see the standings? Well, the standings might not be accurate, but because they always seem to get a little bit buggy. But there are the current standings with today's results pending. Seb is already the champion. And there's the constructors. Red Bull are already the champions there as well. We're on for a point in the pit stop challenge so far. We need better second stops. Webber's struggling to stay with Massa. I think Webber's tyres are bleeding away. He's under all sorts of pressure from Nico Rosberg here. And Sean Peters has set the fastest lap.
Recharge on.
Ricardo has been steadily closing the gap, and we've been losing ground while we do the fuel saving. I'm going to get down to about 1.5 kilos. Probably start pushing again once we hit that. Jensen's battery is now almost full. I'll give him a bit of a push again in a moment. Let's do it now. Might as well.
Use overtake.
Verne and Van der Gaard fighting over P14. Jensen a fair way behind them. And Rosberg has got through past Webber. Hamilton now will be the next one to try his luck. Yeah, Webber's pace has dropped off significantly, hasn't it? Ever since Alonso got through, he's just kind of tumbled down the order. And he's not in Rosberg's DRS. This looks like this could be a slam dunk move for Hamilton here. Rear wing is open. There's the move. Gets alongside in the braking zone. He'll have to work for it, but he should get it. There we go. That is Hamilton up a place. So Webber down into 8th again. Schumacher's just been overtaken by Ricardo. Right, we need to stop fuel saving for a bit, because that's killing our pace. And it looks like Ricardo's going to do exactly the same to us as Hamilton just did to Webber. Oh, even more emphatically, the move was done before the switchback.
Alrighty. Nice.
Let's take a look at lap times. So Jensen lapping nearly 2 seconds a lap quicker than Verne, but importantly he's also lapping quicker than the rest as well. Van der Gaard's now up to 13th place. We're about half a second a lap quicker than him on that last lap, but he's dealing with traffic. It looks like we just... oh, Rosberg has had a crash. Has he been hit by Hamilton?
And now we've had a crash.
Yeah. There goes Hamilton up the inside. Oh, and I think he locked up into the side of Rosberg there.
It's not
We need to
going
see
the
that
way
from
the
a better
team had
angle,
hoped
but I
today.
don't think we're going to see
That
it
is for
again.
sure.
One of the two locked up, and given the closing speed, I think it was Hamilton. Don't think Hamilton's got any damage. His front wing looks intact. Rosberg's got wing damage. Let's see what the stewards say on that one. Racing incident, and Hamilton sets the fastest lap with a 1:36.6, 3.5 seconds quicker than Rosberg.
starting to hit me. Right, let's go back after Ricardo again. Jensen's pretty much out of battery now.
Make sure we get the pack back.
Hamilton gets past Massa. Briefly. Into the DRS. I don't think we'll be close enough to have a move into Big Red here. Yeah, a little bit too far back. Just past the halfway point now, lap 29 of 56. Damn, can't stop yawning right now. Probably hasn't helped having eaten today. Have to ease off. This time Hamilton has made the move on Massa's stick. Raikkonen just got past Grosjean as well. Getting ready for our stop with Jensen.
at a point where we're getting close to
Increased
stopping.
LIGO.
We're not going to catch and pass anybody. Let's get the batteries recharged. Let's do a little
We
bit
are
more
ready
fuel
for you.
saving. And then hopefully we can try and make that time back up again and more with the hard tyres. Track temperatures are going to start going up again soon.
Recharge on.
As you can see, we're in a heavy cloud period at the moment. We've got a bit of sporadic sunshine coming up and then a lot of straight sunshine. As we put a lap on Bianchi. Sorry guys, I'm not sure how much longer I can carry on. Man, dying of death in a chair right now. Try and power through. Doom-monger foamy.
Pack is high.
Peak trying to put a move on us. Certainly don't want that to happen.
Recharge button on.
Hey, Nigel. There goes Sharpie. Hulkenberg tucks up behind as well. Caterham have got like the third or fourth best car right now. They just don't have the drivers to get the most out of it. Yeah, the insane amount of hours that Caterham have got for starting bottom of the championship. 112 wind tunnel, MAU hours or whatever it is, like 112 wind tunnel hours and a shit ton of MAU hours as well, means they can just outdevelop every other team. And their staff ratings are very, very high, it would seem. We are going to, let's see what we're at, 36. We're going to go to the end of this lap and then box for Jensen.
Okay, we'll box this lap.
Yeah, it's primarily been the last sort of 3 or 4 races, but their development rate has absolutely rocketed. Driver salary should be part of the budget cap. I think they are, but it's not like they're paying a lot of money to Charles Pic and Guido van der Garde. Plus, some of the salaries of the top drivers is insane. Right, Alonso is on like 40 mil, I think. Massa and Webber both into the pits. Massa stays ahead. He's onto hard tyres as Webber's on mediums. He'll be able to make those go the distance. That Red Bull's pretty kind to its tyres. You mean in real F1? I think they are. Or I think parts of the salary are. I'm not sure if the whole salary is. That's a better stop, 2.4 seconds. So... Oh my god, Caterham got the best car. Look at this. Look at Caterham's development from the midpoint of the season. I mean, even here, look. They started all the way down here. And then they had a big jump between Spain and Silverstone. And then they took an almighty jump from Spa to Monza. And now they've had a big jump here as well, going into Mexico. They've got the best car in terms of development. That is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. All right, Hamilton's into the pits. Charles Pic into the pits as well. Let's see what tyres he goes on to. Oh, God, another terrible stop for Schumacher. 3.385.
Oh, it looks like a pit stop issue.
So we have our work cut out for us.
Suggest reduce a bit, lift and coast.
In comes Alonso and Romain Grosjean. And Rosberg. Not the best of stops. Grosjean is jumped by Alonso. Rosberg's getting that wing changed. Goes out on a set of soft tyres. And I've just seen where Vettel is. in comparison to Jensen, and it's pretty close. Yellow flag. A spin for Jules Bianchi. That might have happened right in front of
Nothing
Vettel,
wrong
actually,
so
I think.
far. Oh no, that's not how to do it.
It did.
And ultimately, just unable to bring the car under
That
control.
might have saved me from getting lapped. Van der Gaard's into the pits.
Use the overtake button.
The cap, it's a bit more than that, I think. I think it's closer to 150. I think they upped it slightly because of the new development, the new regs in this game. I think it's like 180 this season. Let me have a look at regulations. 175 mil is the cost cap for this season. New fastest lap for Lewis Hamilton. It's 135.6. That won't be just their driver salary. That'll also be including image rights and merch cuts and things like that as well. P17 for Jensen. Kimi Raikkonen's in from second place. Comes out just behind Hamilton, so it's about 19-20 seconds needed for a pit stop. I'd say 20 seconds needed here. Ooh, look at that, just sneaks out in front of Grosjean and Alonso. That was close. We'll get past Maldonado. So back to P16 now for Jensen. Schumacher closing in on the back of Verne and De Resta. Come on. Ah. Right, Vettel's in from the lead. The rest is box. That's put Jensen up to P15.
And reminder for the recharge button.
A little bit of a bad stop there for Vettel. For the most part, drivers care less about the money and more about having the best car. Don't forget, Senna was so desperate to drive the 1993 Williams that he offered to drive for free, but was not able to because Prost had a clause in the contract that outlawed, having Senna as a teammate. And Senna was on a million a race at McLaren. He pretty much bankrupted McLaren at the end of his run. Before moving to Williams. And it's not always the best car is the team with the best resources. Sometimes it's just about getting the concept right. And then Brawn, they were not the best team with the best resources. They were a team that had very little resources, were bought for £1, and had to borrow parts from up and down the grid. And yet they won the championship. Button and De Resta are fighting, and we're going to lose that fight, I think.
And we think there's still opportunities here.
Williams certainly didn't have the resources of McLaren, and yet they produced an absolute monster of a car. The double diffuser was a concept of Toyota, not Brawn. No, Toyota and Brawn and I think, was it Sauber? There were 3 teams that went with a double diffuser concept. Brawn were one of them. Toyota was the second. There was a third team, and I think it was... I think it was Sauber. Williams had good sponsors. I'm not talking necessarily about in the Rothmans. I'm talking about 91 and 92. Did they have the resources of McLaren? No. Did they have the resources or the budget of Ferrari? Hell no. But they had
1.5.
A brilliant
There's still opportunities here.
team lineup of Frank Williams at the helm with Patrick Head and Adrian Newey. They had the right personnel, and they came up with a concept with the active suspension.
that just made that car unbeatable. But they didn't have the same level of
Time
backing
management all good so far?
as McLaren did. They didn't have the same level of backing as Ferrari did, because Ferrari had a blank checkbook. McLaren had pretty much a blank checkbook because they were getting all their engines for free from Honda, and they were using 3 to 4 engines per weekend. You know, it's not always the team that has the best resources is the best team. I mean, it certainly helps, but I mean, it's having the right personnel. And that's the same in all sport. I mean, you could say the same about Leicester City. There was no way in hell Leicester City should ever have won the Premier League, but they did. You know, they were what, hundreds to one to actually do it. And they did it, you know, and it's insane that they did manage to do it. In that era, well, even in this era of football, no team which has just come up from the Championship with no real major backing or budget behind them should be able to do what Leicester did, and I doubt we'll see it again for a very, very long time at least. F1's more copycat these days because the regulations over car design are so much tighter than they used to be. I mean, you go back 30 years and the cars look very different from each other. You go back even further than that and you had all sorts of crazy things with wings that would pop up that were huge, great big aerofoils on cars just at random Grand Prix. We had the six-wheeled Williams with two giant rear wheels and one single set at the front. You had the six-wheeled Tyrrell with 2 sets of front wheels and a single set at the rear. You had the fan car from Brabham, which was instantly outlawed.
How's this tyre?
You know, the regulations over how the car could be designed was so different back then to what they are now. Now they're so much tighter and more restrictive and prohibitive as to the areas that you can actually design elements on, that it's not at all surprising that a lot of cars look very, very similar and tend to go with what is working well for one team because they have so little scope to try and think outside the box.
Use overtake.
So the minute somebody comes up with something that does find a bit of performance, everyone else is going to try and jump on that and do their own version because of how restrictive the regs are these days. I mean, if you take a look at the 91, 92 seasons, you look at the front of the Ferrari and the Williams and the Jordan and the Renault. Oh no, sorry, the Benetton. It wasn't Renault back then. But those 4 teams all had completely different front wing styles, nose positions. You know, Benetton had a raised nose, whereas the other teams didn't. Jordan had that raised peak in the middle of their front wing, where it attached to the nose, whereas the others were flatter. You know, every team had something completely different.
because there weren't these tiny little boxes, these tiny little aero boxes that teams were restricted to when it comes to designing elements of the car. Because that's essentially what the car is these days. It's just a series of rectangles at different sizes and shapes that they can't go outside the parameters of those little boxes for every tiny little area of the car. Safety car, because this race has really gone away from us, unfortunately. The pace just hasn't been there. We have got the ability to be a lot more aggressive with these tyres now. Do this to keep a track of the wear rates. But yeah, we kind of really need a safety car to bring us back into the mix here.
Okay to close the gap.
Oh, with a safety car, we could put on a set of brand new soft tyres and really have a crack at the rest of the grid with fuel to burn and a full battery as well.
Gap is 1.7. Deep breath, you're going to be okay. Fuel is okay. Okay, we don't want to lose too much time. Recharge on is good.
Use overtake.
God, even pushing our tyres to the max, we're not catching Van der Gaard or Peak. We are going to get outscored by Caterham. So we need a safety car. Or a red flag now, really, ideally. Safety car means we might not have time to actually do anything.
No harm done.
Jensen stopped closing in on De Resta as well. Oh dear. I think all that hard work we've been doing is going to get undone here, which means it's all going to be on the line in Brazil. And that worries me. Grosjean gets past Alonso for P3. Rosberg is right there as well.
Okay, let's see if we can get past.
Hulkenberg's steaming up to the back of me. I don't know where all the pace has gone. I really don't. Maybe I should have tried to be a bit more cautious with the mediums. It's a lock-up for someone. Nico Hulkenberg locking up behind us, although you wouldn't think
But this is what happened. Nico Hulkenberg there. Oh, all right so far. Well, you could see the lockup. By that point, it was just too late.
It wasn't much of a lock-up. He got away with that. Very nicely indeed. In fact, he's about to overtake us. Well, he's going to try anyway. Are we in defensive mode? Where's my cursor gone? There it is. No, we're not.
Suggest reduce a bit, lift and coast.
Just don't know if we can keep up with those soft tyres. Let's see if we can get him back. Watson's onto De Resta. Let's see if we can get him through. 15th is his target with the sponsors. Close enough. We're going to have to go all in now.
0.4. We think there's still opportunities here.
problem for Alonso.
And as far as we can tell, they've got a fault with the car.
Thank you for that detailed breakdown of the issue there, David Croft. Just a fountain of information as always.
Lift off end of straight.
Use overtake.
Can't keep up with the soft tyres. Did. Can't keep up. Jensen can't get close enough in the dirty air.
.5. Still plenty of opportunities.
Recharge on.
Goddamn back marker. We might have been able to get him. If it hadn't been for that Marussia.
Let's attack. Overtake available.
Targets are in the 12th and 15th, aren't they? Can we at least get those? Fault for Vettel. It's not going to really have much of an impact for him, given that he is 7.5 seconds and change clear at the top. That's not a back marker, that's Charles Peak. Peak's pace really struggled. There is a back marker as well, though. That'll be Max Chilton. If it was Ferrari, I'd have won races. Oh, out of the way, Sutil. Utter turd. Turd sandwich. That's just killed any chance I had of catching Hulkenberg.
Pack is low.
And it's a win for the Red Bull.
And is thoroughly deserved. A hugely talented driver and undoubtedly a worthy winner.
There are opportunities ahead.
Let's get one of the drivers home. Target. Happen here. Probably not going to happen here either. You can't, Foamy, you can't take a driver out for a Grand Prix without, you know, fucking around in the database editor. Shit show.
And on our screens at the moment, the McLaren driver.
And with a 13th place finish, that sadly means there's no points to be claimed.
Let's just talk about McLaren for a minute, Karun. How do you think they'll reflect on the season as a whole?
Honestly, this season's results just haven't been what they hoped for. It's going to be a difficult off-season, and if the board aren't happy, you'd have to think there's always a chance we'll see changes.
And with that, our time in Texas now draws to a close.
Coming up in the next round is the Sao Paulo Grand Prix as we head to Brazil. Join us next time at Interlagos.
Confirmation then of the final result. Seb gets his 11th win of the season, with Hamilton in second and Grosjean in third. Alonso in fourth. Rosberg had a pretty decent recovery, starting in P13, getting himself up to fifth in the end. Then Raikkonen ahead of Massa. Webber up one place for eighth. Ricciardo in ninth. Van der Gaard from the back of the grid up into P10 for the final point as well. It's been a strange old Grand Prix, hasn't it? Charles Pic in 11th, then Hulkenberg 12th, Schumacher in 13th, 14th for Verne, 15th for De Resta, 16th for Button,
17th for Valtteri, 18th for Gutierrez, 19th for Maldonado, 20th for Satil, Chilton in 21st, and Bianchi in 22nd. Both Mauritius 2 laps down, and then everyone from Valtteri to Satil 1 lap down. In the driver's standings, 359 points for Seb. He is already the champion. In second place, Alonso has 236 and is 9 points ahead of Nico Rosberg and 12 points ahead of Lewis Hamilton, who's up into 4th place. So it's still all to play for in the fight for second in the championship. Is Fernando going to actually get a win this year as we head to Brazil tomorrow for the final Grand Prix of the season? It's Webber down now into 5th place with 213 points. Raikkonen hits 200, 102 points for Grosjean. Big gap between those two. Massa has 88. It's 64 points for Schumacher and 60 for Jensen. Then we have De Resta with 11. 2 places gained for Ricciardo with those 2 points. Puts him on to a 5 in total and 13th overall, ahead of Gutierrez and Verne, who both have 4 points apiece. Then we have Bottas with 2 points. 3 drivers now with a point apiece. That is Satil, Peak and Van der Gaard. So the only drivers yet to score this season, Chilton, Maldonado and Bianchi. In the constructor standings, Red Bull were champions last night at India/Mexico. Is that where we were last night? I forget where we were last night, actually. Brain's gone. Where were we last night? I need to know. I need to know for my own, for my own sanity. Let's have a look at the records. Where did we go yesterday? Oh, it's Abu Dhabi, wasn't it? Of course it was. Oh dear, oh dear. Red Bull were champions yesterday. Mercedes on 451 cannot be caught. Neither can Ferrari catch them. So it's confirmed first and second, but the fight for third is still just about alive. 324 points versus 302. 22 points is a big old gap. With just 1 round remaining, there are 43 points available. So it is still possible, but it would need Lotus to have both cars right at the top at the end of the Grand Prix. That or a really, really bad weekend for Ferrari. We are confirmed in 5th place. We cannot catch Lotus. We cannot be caught by Sauber. We will finish at least with more points than the team did in reality. But not by much. Then it's Sauber with 20 points. Force India had 12. Toro Rosso with 9. It's 2 points apiece for Williams and Caterham. Marussia bottom, the only team without a point this season. In the pit stops, we did not get a single point in the pit stops. That's not good. Let's have a look. 2 bad stops for Schumacher, and Jensen's best stop was not even close, unfortunately. So it is Red Bull top 321 points. They are confirmed as the competition winners, I think. What's the gap? The gap is 46 points with 43 available. So yeah, Red Bull have won the DHL fastest pit stop competition. Ferrari are second. They cannot be caught by us. We are third, but could be caught by Caterham. All to play for there. We are 19 points ahead. So very much still in the mix. Force India on 178. Toro Rosso move up into 6th place with 157. Williams down to 7th with 155. Then it's Mercedes with 135. 75 points for Lotus. 66 for Sauber and 43 for Marussia. Could we at least get a podium finish in this competition? Let's hope so. Neither driver hitting their sponsor target, so no extra money tonight, and we really could have done with that.
Right, just a little bit of housekeeping to get done before we call it a night. Let's see. Somehow we're still in low confidence. That's a bit of a surprise. They are disappointed. Still. Yeah, those last couple of results, those couple of satisfied seem to have gone a long way. But if we have another race like this in Brazil, coupled with our inability to complete the season objective, means that we are still potentially going to get sacked. We'll just have to wait and see how tomorrow goes. Let's take a look at the post-race data, see if anything's broken on the cars. Yeah, we've lost a side pod and a suspension. We've only got 4 days to go. And I don't have a spare suspension because I'm like, we'll be okay. We won't need one of them. And we do need one of them. All right, I need to see which driver do I give that to. Let's at least install the spare side pod. Drivers. So, Schumacher has better cornering and braking. Controls the same. Smoothness is better. Adaptability is better. Overtake better. Depends better. Slightly better reaction. Slightly better accuracy. On paper, this should be a no-brainer for Schumacher getting that part. But I don't know. It's weird. In the races where you would expect Schumacher to do better than Jensen, it doesn't seem to go that way sometimes. And then when you think that Jensen might have an edge over Schumacher, it doesn't go that way. I think we still have to favour Schumacher just simply because of Jensen's ERS. Again, it's quite a bumpy track in Brazil. There's a good chance that that will become a problem. So I think we have to favour Schumacher with the one remaining good suspension that we have. So let's do that. And do that. It's not a massive difference between the two, but it could make all the difference in terms of the low speed performance for the middle sector at Brazil. Yeah, sooner we can rack this car up, the better. Right. Race preview, strategy prep. That's Kota. Let's advance time a couple of days. There we go. Let's get our Sao Paulo preview there. Let's take a look at the weather forecast. It is potentially going to be a wet race. Now that will add an interesting dynamic for the final Grand Prix. Could we have a Lewis Hamilton, Timo Glock kind of situation going on here, where we somehow sneak the position we need on the final corner of the final lap in the wet? That would just be insane. Yeah, okay. That will be tomorrow's Grand Prix. We will probably look to start that somewhere between 6 and 7. I'm going to say 7 p.m. Is when we're going to start. If I do decide to start earlier, there'll be a notification of a stream schedule popping up with that start time. So keep an eye out for that. But assume that we'll be here at 7 p.m. tomorrow for the final round and our chance to stay alive for another season with McLaren. We've done so much hard work to try and get this car ready for next season in terms of the staff that we've brought in, the upgrades that we've done and haven't done specifically, and the research that we've done, and the sheer amount of research that we've done on things like the suspension, because that's been a major Achilles heel of this car this year, has been how bad the suspension's been and how unbalanced it is, and any chance to try and correct one area of it completely ruins every other area of it and still doesn't necessarily fix what you were trying to fix. So Yeah, it's been an absolute disaster, this year's car. I can't wait to be rid of it. I just hope that we will be around to reap the benefits of all of that hard work that we've done in preparation for next season. Will we be here? You'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out. So if you have enjoyed tonight's race, even though the result wasn't great, then give us a thumbs up. That would be much appreciated. If you haven't yet hit the subscribe button, then please do consider subscribing to the channel as well. And don't forget to hit that bell for notifications on when the live streams will actually start, and anything else that gets posted on the channel as well. So that's it from me. I am Jim Bob, and until then, thanks for watching, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.